A las 9.
Ah,
ya se puso feo ahí con estos edificios. Y no nos ha podido pillar el otro crucero que venía detrás. Un chico de así, ¿no?
Hace frío.
Sí.
Suecia.
si venía, ahí no se veía ninguna fábrica cerca.
No. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Un castillo.
El castillo de von Strudel. Un jardín estilo francés. Este barrio debe ser Pituco. Este barrio debe ser Pituco.
Debe serlo, sí.
Mucha casa grande, bosque, embarcaderos.
Tener una casita como esa, de costar mantenerla.
Sí, no debe ser barato en ningún lado.
And I have the great pleasure to be your guide for these 6-hour tours where we're going to discover most of Stockholm, the most interesting places, and also during the panoramic tour, most of the inner islands we have in the city. Our driver today is Bengt, and together we want to warmly welcome you in our city. The warmth is not really outside, but we will have it inside. As you might have noticed, summer is over in Sweden. Autumn arrived on Monday, exactly the same day that the school started again. So that's perfect timing for them. But well, we are hoping at least not to have some rain today, but we will see that. During this tour, we're going to visit the city hall. That will be our first stop. We will also visit the old town, where you're gonna have the guided tour, some free time, and also the visits of the cathedral. And the last stop will be for the Vasa Museum shortly after on this afternoon, exactly, to discover this warship from the 1600s. Two recommendations. We have a toilet inside the bus, which is always open and accessible if you need to. Of course, there will be extra toilets at the Vasa Museum and at the City Hall. But in the old town, it's not that easy to find a public toilet. That will be mostly in the restaurants and the cafes. And second recommendation, it's compulsory today to fasten the seat belts inside the buses in Europe. I tell that just because we've seen quite a lot of policemen yesterday in the city, and tomorrow we will have the triathlon in Stockholm, so police are here to control things today. So you know the time they will take to stop the bus, open the door, come inside. You will have plenty of time to put it on if you forgot before. And you know that if I take the microphone and say police, you know what you have to do, so fasten your seatbelt as fast as possible, because that will be something they will check if they come inside the bus, okay? Perfect, so I will try to be as informative as possible, but if I forgot something of interest for you, don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know about Stockholm. We are together for 6 hours, so we will be back at this place at 3:15. That will be our return time to Eclipse, okay? So, let's go. So you just arrived into Stockholm by the best way ever. I mean, the seaways have always been the best way to come and visit us, because for a long time we didn't even had roads on this country. We had so many lakes and access to the sea that we didn't needed roads. We were doing everything by boat, and most of our visitors through the centuries always came to Stockholm by the seaway. So this morning you had this opportunity to see the archipelago. Have you seen it this morning? The archipelago coming through Stockholm, because you have to sail 3 hours through this archipelago to find Stockholm entrance. And if you missed it this morning, well, don't worry, there's only one way in and out of Stockholm, so you will have to save 3 more hours inside this archipelago to find the open sea this evening outside. So Sweden is quite a big country. It has the same size as France, double the size of England, or the same size as California state, to give you an idea. So it's pretty big, but we are only 9.6 million inhabitants on the whole country. So it's not that populated, especially if you consider that 75% of all the Swedes are living in 1/3 south of this country, meaning from Stockholm, where we are standing, to Malmö and Gothenburg, which are the 2 biggest cities of the southern part. There is 75% of us. That leave only 25% of all the Swedes living on 2/3 north of the country, and the northern you go, the less people you will meet. We have also the polar circle that goes through the northern part of Sweden, and when you reach the polar circle you have much more chances to meet reindeers and moose than people. Stockholm, as the capital, is of course the biggest city that we have in this country, but there also we cannot really compare that to other capitals in the world. It's not very populated. So if we are talking about the big Stockholm, you know, the agglomeration with all the suburbs and the archipelago included, we are roughly reaching 2 million inhabitants. But if we are talking about only Stockholm by itself, Stockholm municipality, it's less than 1 million just now. It's 960,000 people living on those islands of Stockholm. So you might have read somewhere that Stockholm was called also the Venice of the North. We have nothing to be compared to Venice, but it's just a way of saying that we have lots of islands and lots of water everywhere. So Stockholm have been founded on 14 islands. 14 islands in the city center of Stockholm. And we have 14 islands in the city center of Stockholm, and we are talking about Stockholm as a very well balanced city. We have 1/3 water, 1/3 green areas, and 1/3 buildings only. So that means that wherever you are in the city center, you will always have some water and a park very close to you. So our first stop will be a panoramic photo stop, and that's a kind of beautiful introduction to the city, because at this place you're gonna see most of the islands of the northern part of Stockholm. I'm gonna explain to you what you see now from the sky, because we're gonna discover most of the islands you see on your right hand side. So it's better to introduce where we will be going through this tour. So I'll talk to the inside microphone so that you can hear me, and then as soon as there's one place free in front of us, we will go forward and stop there to give you some time to go down and take some pictures. For the moment, what do you see? First of all, you see the biggest island on your right hand side. It's a huge one, very green, lots of trees on this one. It's called Djurgården. Djurgården in Swedish, that means the animal garden. Funny name for an island, but it was for a long time the royal hunting ground. So it was a huge forest with only wild animals inside. When it opened to the public, we transformed part of this island into a recreation area. So that's why you have the amusement park over there, and many museums are on this island. For example, the Vasa Museum, where we're going to be over there, it's on the corner of this island, and you see the building from here. It's the brown and red one which have a leaning roof and three red masts going through the roof. This is the Vasa Museum where we're going to be. So this island, we're going to discover part of it, the first part in front. Then you have a very small island with just a fortress on the top of it, a red and grey fortress in front. And this is a castle that was built in order to protect the entrance of Stockholm. But it took so long time to be built that when it was actually built and finished, we had already decided to be neutral. So it never had been used for anything but to have a flag on the top every day to show that we are in peace. And we choose to be neutral in 1810. So yeah, it's a couple of years that we are in peace here. Behind it you have a second island with quite a lot of trees as well. This was the former shipyard of Stockholm. It's where the Vasa ship was constructed, for example, but today it's mostly hostels, offices, and also some museums on this little island. If you continue towards the front of the bus, you have an area harbour with quite lots of white little boats. This is the main harbour of Stockholm, where we have the public transportation system to the archipelago. And we're going to see this area also, which have the Grand Hotel, the Opera, for example. So we're going to drive through this area. And the last island that is blocking our view on this side of the bus, that is the Old Town. The Old Town is this little quaint island in front of us with quite low buildings, because it was forbidden to build higher than the Royal Palace. So that's why the buildings are not very high, 3-4 floors, something like that, with bell towers in the middle. We have two main church on this area, and from here you also see the roof of the Royal Palace coming up, because it's a huge brown square with a very flat roof, with a slightly green line on the top of the roof, because it's copper roof on the top. It's very flat and is actually behind the Europa boat that is in the middle of the water. Just behind it you see this flat roof coming through. And last thing before I give you time outside, where the Vasa sank. Because we're gonna describe the catastrophe where the Vasa disappeared, but it started in the Old Town on his maiden voyage, shouted with all the 64 cannons, started to sail and disappear into the water. Here you see on the corner of the next island there's a crane that have been painted like a giraffe, brown and yellow. On the sides of this crane, it's where the Vasa sank. So 20 minutes of sailing on the maiden voyage before disappearing into the water. We're gonna tell why this happened later on. Okay, so we just parked the bus over there, and you can have 5 minutes to go outside, breathe some fresh air and take some pictures.
Apareça, lastrou, aquela que lastrou aí pra ali.
Mostra lá na frente. É na frente? É. É aqui.
Estocolmo.
No quiero perder el revuelto.
Hablan del buque Vasa, pero no sé lo que...
O el Museo Vasa.
Pero aquí era un barco que se hundió. No, y no sé cuál es la importancia.
Pues lo vemos en el Google. Ponte aquí, te saco la foto. Quería ver aquí.
Voy a preguntarle a la guía.
Ah, ya. Por si acaso al papá se le mueve, a veces al hacer el clic y le salen borrosas, entonces tienes que asegurarte que salga.
Mira, el Vasa es fue un barco de guerra,
Ah,
muy poderoso con muchos cañones.
ya.
Y lo construyeron acá, pero 20 minutos, cuando iba zarpando, 20 minutos después se hundió.
¿Por qué?
No sé, no estaba bien construido.
Qué pena. Ahora sí. Como el paraíso cercano, ¿eh? O sea,
Go ahead.
más ancha la calle, ¿no?
And then let's continue this tour. So on this little street, the funny thing is that the real name of this little street is Fjällgatan, which means the mountain street. As you've seen, we were not very high above the sea level, but it's one of the highest points of Stockholm indeed. On your left hand side, left, you will see a light brown house, wooden house, number 16 with a light on the facade. This one. This one is the smallest theater in the world. 21 feet. 21 seat inside, and the lady, the owner, she is also selling the tickets, she is selling the candies, and she is playing all alone on stage. Yeah, but she is so good that she have to keep the same show for several years. For the moment, it is 5th year in a row that she has the same show, and she still have 3 months of waiting list to buy a ticket to see her. So she's really, really good. So as you will very soon notice, we are not alone in Stockholm today. We have 5 cruise ships docked in Stockholm today. 5. We can go up to 7, but 5 is really a lot already. We have 3, so you've seen 2, yours and this one, and the 3 other ones are in another airborne northern part of Stockholm. So that might mean lots of buses and lots of people in each places we're gonna visit together. But for the moment, let's enjoy this trip. We're gonna have the second stop on the City Hall. That will be our second stop. For the moment, we are on this island of Södermalm. Södermalm means the southern island, and it's not only the most southern of our islands, but it's also the biggest of our 14 islands. We have on this islands 100,000 people that are inhabiting here, and it's a very special island with lots of rocks. You will see granite coming through everywhere on these places, and that's a nice place to live, but I will tell you that a little bit later on. For the moment, we are reaching a very strategical point for the traffic inside the city, and that's a very strange traffic solution that was found in the 30s to join Södermalm, this island, to the next one in front of the bus, which is the old town. And on this area we have not only the buses and the cars, but also the boats passing under, the main subway station, the fast trains, and the main bus station as well is located under the ground here. So it's a really very important point of traffic for the city. So here you're gonna see 2 kinds of waters. If you see on your left hand side now, that's a lake, but on the right hand side it is the Baltic Sea. So Stockholm and this little island of the old town was constructed right in the middle of those 2 kinds of water. So just now behind us it is the Baltic Sea, where your boat is docked, and you're gonna see from now on another kind of water, which will be a lake, Lake Mälaren. That's the water you start to see on your right hand side here. Those 2 kinds of water are the reason why Stockholm was founded on the island that is blocking the view, or blocking the link between those 2 kinds of water. And today there's only 60 centimeters differences between those 2 kinds of water. 60 centimeters. Here, unfortunately, you see lots of roadworks, and I'm going to use a sentence that I've heard in Canada some years ago, but it's so fitting for Stockholm as well that I'm usually using it here also. And it's that we have only 2 seasons. We have the winter seasons with all the snow, and then the roadwork season. Because as soon as the ground gets unfrozen, we start digging, and then we stop digging when the next snow will come. So I'm afraid that there's no visitors to Stockholm that I've seen Stockholm without roadwork the last 50 years at least. And this year is absolutely no exceptions, unfortunately. We have thousands of roadworks everywhere. So this area is still Södermalm. Södermalm, the southern island, it's a very nice island, a very big one. 100,000 people is living here. If we stop the bus and ask anybody on the side, where are you living? I'm guessing that these people will not answer, I'm living in Stockholm. They will say, I'm living on Södermalm. That's how proud they are to live on this island and nowhere else. But if you had came here 200 years ago, it will not have been so. 200 years ago, this island was the poorest in the town. Why? Just because it was very difficult to live here. This island was a big piece of rock. There were no well, so there were no water to be found on this island, and the access to the rest of the city was a cliff. So people living here, they were not living here willingly. They were forced to live here because of their work, because of their poorness, we could say. And it was not an easy life because they had to climb down to the lake to pick up some water and climb up every day to have water at home. What changed everything? Because if you look around you, you don't see anything poor on this district any longer. Do you see any poor houses here? Not really. Everything's changed thanks to someone that became a real superhero in Stockholm, Alfred Nobel. Alfred Nobel, he invented the dynamite. And thanks to the dynamite, we had the possibility to explode the granite on this island and to make the roads we are still using today. So when he invented the dynamite, Alfred Nobel, he was Swedish and he was living in Stockholm at this time. So he wanted to test his invention in his hometown, and he chose this island as his playground. So that's why he spent weeks playing with the dynamite and exploding the rock on this island. And suddenly the bourgeoisie said, well, that's a nice island. It's easy to go up and there's plenty of places. So they decided to build all the buildings you see around you now. So most of those buildings are from the late 1800s, beginning of the 20th century as well. And well, today they are not very cheap to buy. Unfortunately, the prices are going up quite easily here. But it's a district where people love to live because it's kind of a community atmosphere, and there's plenty of things to do on this island. One of those who were living here was Stig Larsson. Have you heard his name, Stig Larsson? He is the writer of the Millennium Trilogy, and the first of this book was The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Yeah, Stig Larsson was living on this island and he was loving it so much that when he's describing Stockholm in the books, it's not really Stockholm, it is this island. And the funniest of all is that all the good characters, Lisbeth Salander and Michael Blomqvist, they are living on this island. But the bad guys? No way. All the bad guys are settled on the northern part of Stockholm, but not on this island. Look here, you see the granite coming through? Both sides? That's where exploded with the dynamite of Alfred Nobel. And thanks to those granite over there, you can understand that this island was finishing as a cliff towards the lake. And without the dynamites, we will not have been able to build any roads, any tunnels, anything on this area of the city. You know, in Stockholm we have a subway. Our subway is not old at all, it's quite young. It was constructed at first at the late 50s, and it's quite a small one with only 3 lines, 99 stations, but only 3 lines. And why? Why do we have a young subway that is not that big? What do you find if you dig a hole into Stockholm? Water is the first answer, and the second is granite. There's nothing else. There's no smooth stones, there's no sand, there's no earth, there's only granite or water. both are very difficult to deal with, and that's why we had to wait until we had the technique sufficient to do such a thing. But the subway we have is also called sometimes the longest art gallery in the world, but it's just because we gave every single station to artists to be decorated. At first they were very discreet, so they chose only tiles, the color of the tiles, the very small decoration on the corners, but with the time passing, the last subway stations are quite well decorated and are really worth a visit. So on your right hand side, this is a lake. Lake Mälaren. It is the third biggest lake in Sweden. Doesn't seem very big here because you see only islands around you, but this lake is 80 kilometers northwards on your right hand side and 100 kilometers westward in front of us. So it's absolutely huge lake. And it's very important because it's giving tap water to 2 million inhabitants around there. Left hand side, this is a former brewery, Munich brewery. It stopped to be a brewery in the 70s because the politicians didn't want to have industries inside the city limits. So today it's offices and one school and dance floor and, well, many small things inside. So I know it's perhaps a little bit difficult to believe me, but this lake in winter it freezes over completely, and the ice is so thick sometimes that we usually can walk on this lake instead of taking bridges, and we ice skate on this lake quite often. And especially in February we have one of the longest ice skating race in the world, which is 80 kilometers between Uppsala and Stockholm that are together linked with this lake. So it's an 80 kilometers long race ice skating. So you're gonna see over there on your right hand side a shipyard, which is one of the only ones remaining in the city center of Stockholm. They have quite a lot of works with all the boats we have on this area. But then the next building of importance will be on your left hand side. That will be a yellow house with a big window, and it's very close to the streets, very close to the streets. So the next yellow house on your left hand side, you start to see it now. This was Alfred Nobel's second laboratory. Why second? What can happen when you play with nitroglycerin? Yeah, it blew up. Exactly. So the first laboratory exploded completely. It was not very funny actually because 5 people died, and one of those people was Alfred's young brother, Emil Nobel. Emil Nobel, he was just 18 years old when he died through this explosion, and Alfred, he was so sad that he could not forgive himself to be such a fool and play with such dangerous items. So that's why he spent so many days and weeks and months to try to stabilize nitroglycerin, to find a way to stabilize nitroglycerin, and that's exactly how he invented dynamite. So this dynamite and 355 other inventions made him so rich that he was able to create the famous Nobel Foundation and the Nobel Prizes. So we are leaving Södermalm behind us, and we're gonna take the longest bridge over Stockholm to join Kungsholmen on the other side. But this bridge is jumping over the next island, this one here. It's called Long Island, but just because it's small and long. And on the corner on your left hand side you have the former jail. It was a jail until the 70s, until actually they realized that in the 70s the prisoner, yeah, they could swim, so it was not really secure enough, and they moved the jail somewhere else. Do you know what it is nowadays inside this jail? It's an hotel. So now you can pay to sleep in a cell. Yeah, fortunately you got your own key to go out whenever you want, and as we have quite a lot of humor in Sweden, you can even at the front desk borrow a strip pyjamas, you know, black, white to fill in the mood. So right hand side, beautiful view once again, this time on the other side of the old town. And downwards on your right hand side you see boats, little yachts, and those boats will be disappearing in some weeks. Why? because if your boat just have one hull, it will not stand the pressure of the ice through the winter. So most of the boats have to be put on land 7 months a year to be protected from the ice. So owning a boat in Stockholm, that will cost your shirt, because not only you have to pay the boat and the bedding to make it work, but you have also to pay for a parking lot for 7 months a year, and that is not cheap. So the only boats that are staying on the lake all year round are the boats that have a double hull. And those boats are usually transformed into hostels, B&B, bed and breakfast, for example, or even some apartments sometimes. So here you have the new island of Kungsholmen, the King Island. But first, on your right hand side, you see this huge park, one of the parks we have in the city center, and this park is quite special because we can practice any kind of sport on it. It was built, this park, to be able to host any kind of sport in the world, even those that we are not really acquainted with, like baseball or cricket or pétanque, you know, the bull game from France. Yeah, those can be played also on this area. And in summer we have a fitness center that is offering fitness hours on this park every evening at 6 o'clock. Yeah, so that's quite crowded. And we also have a beach over there. On the corner of this park, it's a beach on the lake side, and the lake gets usually a little bit warmer than the Baltic Sea, so it's quite crowded in summer, this area. So Kungsholmen, this island, it's got many names through the centuries. At first it was a monastery island because we had the Franciscan monastery that had its farm on this area. Then it was called the King Island, but on the 19th century, when all the industries collapsed completely, this island was called Starvation Island. So the city decided to buy all those lands, to destroy the industries, and to build instead the buildings you have on your left hand side. Those buildings are built in a functionalism style. This style is very Swedish, and it's a kind of IKEA concept before the time. The idea was that the city didn't want to pay too much to build anything here, but they wanted to have apartments comfortable but affordable for anybody. So the buildings are not beautiful. It's not made to be beautiful. It's nothing has been spent to make those buildings beautiful. But the apartments for this time, and it was in the 30s, for this time the apartments were quite big, with lots of light, lots of windows, and there were elevators, there were warming system in each apartment, and tap water as well, which was kind of luxurious at this time. And despite that, all the apartments were very affordable, even for the families that had very little money. And something that was above all revolutionary at this time was that the city thought about all the women that would live inside those buildings. They thought, well, if the women want to work to get a little bit more money for the family, where should they put the children? So at the bottom floor, each building over there, the city created kindergartens. They created areas, a big room, where the children could be gathered every day, so the mothers could go and work if they wanted to. So this island of Kungsholmen is now quite administrative, because we're going to visit now the city hall, which have 350 employees, I guess. But on this island you have also the Justice Palace, the police headquarters, and 2 public hospitals. So most of the people living here, they're working for the administration, or in a way or another. So I'm guessing that this island might be one day in the Guinness Book of Records. Because in Sweden we love to calculate anything, even the stupidest thing we calculate, and we have calculated that 72% of the apartments of this island are hosting only 1 person on board. 72% of singles we have on this island. That's one of the hugest amount of single people on one place. So you are starting to see the city hall right in front of us. this huge building, brick building with a bell tower and 3 crowns on the top. It's still today our city hall. So that's what we're gonna discover together. The bus will park now on the side where you see all the other buses, but it will not be able to stay all the time over there. It will come back here to pick us up in 1 hour. We're gonna stay around 1 hour inside this building, and when it will be time, we're gonna come back together to find the bus where it will be parked. So you can leave inside the bus anything you don't want to have with you. So don't carry too much things to inside the city hall. We're gonna just have the guided tour of this area. I will take the paddle with the number 11, but I will also take my flower. It's a kind of sunflower. It's yellow and it's quite easy to follow. And thanks to that, you will be able to follow me inside this building. Don't forget the green stickers that I gave you. This is your entrance ticket to the city hall. It's very important to show this sticker to the entrance of this building. Okay, let's go. Before we can enter this building, so I'm gonna start the guided tour over there. Okay, so this is the actual city hall of Stockholm, which means that this building is no museum. We have the right to enter because they want us to discover this fantastic place, but it is still our city hall. It's a political building where we have lots of people working almost every day inside, so that's why it's only guided tours inside, and we have to stick together as much as possible to be sure that we are not disturbing the work of the people working inside. because this building is actually 91 years old. It was inaugurated in 1923, but the architect will be very pleased of all the other answers that say that this building was very old, because he wanted to give this building an history, even if it was brand new. So he made everything possible to make us believe that this building was at least 400 years old. So the sign, the bricks used, any kind of technique used, that made this building look very older than it actually is. So it was located on the roof, so it worked very well. Yep. So on the top of this tower, you see the three crowns, three golden crowns. That's a symbol that you will see quite often in Sweden, and it's also a symbol for the ice hockey team in Sweden. These three crowns, we don't really completely know the meaning of it. At the beginning, we thought yes, it's because we had the Kalmar Union. This Kalmar Union was Sweden, Norway, and Denmark working together with only one king. One king for three countries, one king with three crowns. That was perfect. We said, yeah, that's perfect symbol. Three crowns for one king. Yeah, but we were using this symbol long before the Kalmar Union. So it's not the reason. It might have been that one of the first king we had here had that as a personal symbol for the three wise men. This means that we don't have a president because we have a royal family. But this royal family don't have a single political power. They are not nominating anybody, they are not signing any paper. We are not even asking their opinion on political matters just now. So the real head of state is the Prime Minister. But you might have seen lots of papers everywhere on the city because we have the next election in 2 weeks. It's a general elections, which means that we are making things this week. Yeah, so the decoration from the outside is all so you have at first Pierre Gagnon. He's said to be the founder of Stockholm. We know that it's not to be true, but we don't know when Stockholm was founded. So we are usually now, so you see the second inner court. When the architect designed this building, he really wanted two inner courts. But then he discovered that we were in Sweden and not in Italy. And if you didn't cover the second roof, you will never be able to use it, or you will be using it 3-4 months a year only. So he had to change his plan and cover this room to be using it. At first he wanted to cover it with only glass, so we could see the sky. But we were in the 20s. In the 20s it was not possible to have such a huge space and glass on top of the middle. So we had to finance this project also. So we decided to instead cover it with a white roof and windows on 3 sides so that the light is coming inside wherever the sun is in the city. And this roof, it's still white because it was a place where we could project can wow, so impressive. Yeah, that's the biggest problem we have here. Because today we only have 3% able to play with that. Only 3%. Because the time Ragnar Østberg, when he designed this building, he was thinking of all the events that will take place here. All those big events with all the...
12 de ellos trabajan full time. Y acá no existe el cargo de alcalde, porque va en contra del principio de igualdad que tienen los suecos. Y entonces las decisiones a veces toman mucho tiempo en tomarse porque siempre hay mucha consulta entre todos los funcionarios. Este edificio tiene 90 y tantos años solamente.
Sí, eso lo entendí, de 1930.
Elsa, ¿quién era Elsa? Que terminó en divorcio después.
Era la señora del arquitecto que diseñó esta escalera. Porque el arquitecto quería diseñar una escalera tan perfecta que nadie se tropezara.
Sí.
Considerando que en esa época las señoras usaban trajes grandes y tacones altos.
Ya.
Entonces le pidió a su señora.
En los días soleados les sacan el toldo, dicen. Los enanos, los monos que trabajan aquí.
Claro. Entonces él construyó 3 prototipos de escalera y le pidió a su señora que las probara. Y la señora las estuvo probando como por 2 semanas.
Y terminó en divorcio.
Bueno, no. Poco después terminó el divorcio.
Uy, qué lindo. Esta es la donde entregan el premio Nobel. Qué precioso. Muy linda.
Aquí cantó el famoso Manolo Díaz.
Aquí vino Pablo Neruda a recibir su...
That's real leaves gold inside, yes. Yeah, it's just 10 kilograms of gold in total, the whole room through the leaves inside the tiles. But, well, you arrived into the room that was designed to be the banquet room, the room that was designed to have most of the events inside, so that's why it got unpadded with the decoration on this room. But do you feel in Sweden when you enter this room? Are you feeling in Sweden here? So, I can confirm you that it's not Swedish at all. Yeah, it's kind of Egyptian or yeah, Byzantine from Byzance, Byzantine exactly. And that's because once again the architect had to change his mind. But this time it's not his way. He didn't want it to change. Right? Because he didn't have any choice. Any other artist able to paint this whole area in just a couple of years. So we had to find another solution. The year was 1920 and
Cubierto de oro.
it was the second, one of the first
En toda la habitación hay 10 kilos de oro.
Germany was bankrupt completely, and the German ambassador in Stockholm, his only duty was to sell anything possible from Germany to Sweden to help the German industry to come up again. So this guy was really huge. So the German ambassador came to see the architect, and he succeeded to convince him to buy 18.6 million small brick blocks, small mosaic blocks to build this room. It was a huge, good price, really a very good price, because it's golden, because it was Germany also at this time. And the architect said, yes, whoa, what's a deal, super, sign it. And then he realized, how? I've never seen a single mosaic in my life. How do we make one? How do we deal with that kind of stuff? He didn't know. Nobody knew in Sweden. Because the Romans, they have never got to Sweden. So we have never ever seen a single mosaic in our lives. You see, that was a problem. Fortunately, working down there, there was a young man from a very rich family. And as any young man from a very rich family, this young man he had made the Europe tours. And this time it was very fashion to do that. And this young man, Einar Komstedt, he was very interested to work with his hands. That's why he took a job as a worker down the stairs. And he was the only one in Sweden that had spent at least 2 years in Italy during his Europe tour. He was the only one who had
Algo sobre el decorado, que son los monos que están ahí en...
And she is also the city hall of Stockholm. So she needs to have huge eyes to see anything happening in this city to answer the prayers of the citizens. And the hair, it's those lakes, it's the waves of the lake, and she is called the queen of the lake. That was it. The critic stopped. We didn't find her beautiful, but we had some explanation on this. So on this wall, she is dividing the world in two. So if you look at your right, on her left, you'll find plenty of symbols, buildings down there. Perhaps go around this group so you see better. Bah.
Mira, tiene la bandera de Estados Unidos, la Estatua de la Libertad, la Torre Eiffel.
Ah, ya es cierto.
On your left, on her right, you see also many symbols from the whole country that are west of Stockholm. What do you recognize there? American architect. And above him you see the blue color up there. That can give you an idea. The blue color. Yeah.
Believe that it's so small. That's
It is.
wonderful.
Yes, it's very nice.
Este edificio. O sea, no me lo imaginaba en ningún sentido.
Fue sorpresa, mejor. Suerte que la otra.
Ah, sí, por fin ya cumplí mi meta de un puño. Estaba preocupado realmente.
Uno en cada capital europea.
So yeah, that's rented lots of days. So that's why there's lots of events inside. So this is the northern part of the city hall on your right hand side. That's the northern facade. And if one day you want to have a very luxurious dinner and eat exactly the same menu that the Nobel banquet, there's only one place on earth we can do that. It's here, right hand side. Here, the little door is the entrance of the city hall restaurant, and it's the only restaurant in the world that is allowed to serve the Nobel menu. Yep. It's quite pricey, of course, but yeah, one day if you really want to eat the same thing, that will be here.
Can we eat lunch there?
Exactly. Nobel menu, Nobel prices. That's completely correct. So for the moment, on your right hand side, it is still the Lake Mälaren. So it's still fresh water you see on your right hand side. We're going to reach the other side of this old town in a few minutes, and we will be able to see once again the Baltic Sea. But for the moment, it's still the Lake Mälaren, and we left the King Island behind us, and we join now a new district on your tour. This is Norrmalm, the northern district. And on your right hand side you see this little white building. It is settled on the smallest of our 14 islands. Smallest of the 14 islands is here. Someone was asking me the residence of the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister have his office here. The building, in front of the bus, the orange and pink building, that's the Prime Minister office. This area here is the Prime Minister office. So the royal family we have today is Charles XVI Gustav, and Sylvia, the Queen Sylvia. They have 3 children, Crown Princess Victoria, Prince Carl Philip, and Princess Madeleine. As I told you over there in the city hall, they don't have a single political power, but they receive some money from the state to be representative of Sweden when they are traveling abroad. So it's their main job when they are traveling. So this area we're going to discover now is the real heart of Stockholm of today. You have lots of hotels and above all offices in the central station that you're going to see very soon. Yeah, so this area is our real business center. We have quite a lot of offices located on this district. Norrmalm is the name of the district. And the white building you're going to see on your left hand side, this white building, this is the central station. It's a huge building because we have 550 trains a day that comes here. That's huge. That's really too much, we think, for the city, but it's needed. And the central station was built by an architect to give their own royal palace to the people. So that's why it's huge and well decorated and spacious inside also. And you have 2 letters, 2 blue letters on white bubbles, one in T, and that's our subway entrance, because subway in Swedish is not subway or metro, it's tunnelbana. So that starts with the T, and that's why T is the entrance of the subway. G is the entrance of the train station, because in Swedish it's called järnväg. Yeah, järnväg is the rail station, the railway. On your right, you're gonna see a nice building that was formerly the Royal Post Office. So right here, Royal Post Office, formerly, because it began to be too small for the size of the post office of Sweden, of Stockholm. So they had to change places nowadays. And on this district over there, you have the oldest permanent ice bar in the world. So I know it's not very exotic any longer, because you have ice bar in London and even in Abu Dhabi, middle of the desert, they have an ice bar. But we had the first one ever created. That were in the lobby of the hotel over there on the left hand side. It's not seeable from here, it's inside the lobby, and it's a place where you have -7 degrees Celsius all year round. It's 19 Fahrenheit, -7 Celsius, which is quite refreshing today because it's still nearly end of summer, but it's nearly warming in winter because it's far much colder outside. So we have summer is over, unfortunately. Summer is quite short. It's from mid-June to mid-August, And then as soon as the school is starting again, we have this change of weather with kind of autumn-like today, grey, and well, it will become rainy in a few weeks, too rainy to my taste actually. So spring and autumn, we don't like them, it's too rainy. But then we have winter, and winter is quite nice. It's quite long also, it's around 4 months of snow, 4 months of negative temperature in Celsius, and it starts usually in November to end of March or beginning of April. In December it's the darkest month, so in December we have only 4 hours of daylight. The sun will come at 10 o'clock in the morning and will disappear at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That is December time. Fortunately at this time we have snow, so it's giving us kind of blue light outside, which is kind of bearable. And also it's Christmas, so we have lots of Christmas decoration lights outside to give us the light that we are missing from the sun. And February is the coldest month, so in February it can go down to -25 Celsius, which is -13 Fahrenheit. That's the coldest we can have in February. -25 Celsius, that's -13 Fahrenheit if I'm not mistaken. So next street, the next street we're going to cross, look left and right very soon, you will see a very busy street, because this is the shopping district. It's called the Queen Street, Drottninggatan, and it's a 2 kilometers long district without cars, only shops on both sides. So you will see lots of people. And there's funny people that say that for a man, those 2 kilometers, it will take 1 hour to go up, and for a woman 2 days. I don't understand why. So this is the street, the Queen Street, that's this one. So then on your right you will see outdoor market. We have very few outdoor market because it's too cold in winter. So we have above all indoor markets. And the blue building is very important. The blue building is a concert house, but if I point it for you, it's not because of the Philharmonic Orchestra that is playing inside. It is because it's inside this blue building that we have the Nobel Prizes ceremony. Inside this building, the Nobel Prizes are given to 5 people, and the 6th prize is not in Stockholm but in Oslo. You know that the Peace Prize is given in Oslo and not in Stockholm.
Pretty picture, the way the produce is set up.
So Alfred Nobel, he was Swedish, but he was living in many other countries in the world, and he invented dynamite and also 355 other patents that he had. So he was stone rich, as we say here. He was the richest person alive at his time, and he was never married, never had any children. So on his testament he wrote that 95% of his fortune should be given to the Swedish bank, and the Swedish bank had to divide the interest, but only the interest to be divided each year in 5 equal parts to reward 5 persons that had made a difference in the everyday life of people. And in his testament he wrote about the Peace Prize in Oslo, the medicine, physics, chemistry and literature to be given in Stockholm. Do you know how much was the reward last year for one of those laureates? Which means the reward for 1/5 of the interest of the Nobel fortune last year. It was more than 1 million euro. More than 1 million euro was actually 1/5 of the interest of Nobel fortune. So that can give you an idea how big the fortune is still into the Swedish bank today. You perhaps know also that we have a 6th prize today. Nobel wrote only about 5 prizes. The 6th one, the economic prize, is not have nothing to do with Alfred Nobel himself. Alfred Nobel never decided about the economic prize, but in 68 the Swedish bank decided to reward with the same amount of money, but not be taking from the Nobel fortune, but for the bank. The bank is giving the same amount of money to the economic prize. There's a rumor that's trying to explain why Nobel never thought about rewarding a mathematician or an economist in his testament. He wrote nothing about those fields. And the story goes that he was in love one day, and that's true. He was in love with a young lady far younger than himself, and she was called Sophie, and he really wanted to marry her. But she left him for a mathematician. So the story goes that he was so so sad and so angry about mathematicians that he decided not to reward any prizes for them. So yeah, we're gonna enter now quite modern area, but we are in the middle of the city center. So the thing is that Sweden is neutral since 1810. So since 1810 we never fought any war. So not the First World War, not the Second World War, which means that Stockholm had never ever been bombarded. But in the 50s, our politicians here, they were jealous. They were jealous of Paris, London, Berlin, Vienna, that had been destroyed by the bombardments during the Second World War, and that had the possibility to build modern districts in the heart of their cities, which was not possible in Stockholm because everything was already built from a long time. For example, this district had a lot of houses from the 1800s. So do you know what the politicians did? They bombarded themselves. They destroyed these districts to be able to do the same that the rest of Europe and build also modern buildings. So you see the results around you. We have the only skyscraper on your right hand side, the only skyscraper that we have in the city center that those ones. We have nothing else higher in the city center. And you're gonna see what is today the real heart of Stockholm, because you're gonna see this large roundabout where every single demonstration is starting, and it's also the place where we have the entrance of the main subway station. And from this corner also there's the entrance of the underground shopping district. So it's not the same like in Montreal that you have in Canada, but we have a smaller version of it. Just a couple of blocks around here that can be reached without going inside the cold nest in winter. So here you are, you have over there the real heart of Stockholm. We have the Culture House. The Culture House is this huge block in front of the bus on your, soon on your right hand side. Inside we have a public library, we have 2 cinemas and theaters and many other places for the culture things here. And here we are coming through one of the main shopping districts also. We have 2 big shopping malls. The first one will be on your right hand side. It's the most modern shopping center. We have the last one built in the city center, and the entrance is on your right hand side over there. It's called Gallerian, this one. But the oldest one is just 1 block down on your left. On your left you see this pink building. I don't see any flags today. No, there's no flags today. But you see 2 letters, 2 golden letters on the facade. It's NK, because the real name of this building is Nordiska Kompaniet. And we had to send the architect to New York so he could get inspired to how to build a shopping mall. Today inside this building is quite luxurious because it's only the exclusive trademark like Chanel, Gucci, Armani and so on inside. So we used to joke a lot about what means NK, and that's the easiest way to shop in Stockholm. So what about the economy of this country? Once upon a time it was based mostly on iron, copper and wood. We still have the iron mine. It's still working. It's in Kiruna in Lapland. The copper mine closed, and wood is still quite a good economy because we have 55% of this country covered by forest. so it's still working quite well. But otherwise, nowadays you can count on Volvo and Saab. Volvo is still doing quite well despite the crisis, the economical crisis, but Saab is unfortunately in a bad shape. They had to close the car factories 2 years ago because they didn't have any money. Then there was a Chinese family wanted to invest inside Saab, so it reopened, but we learned 2 months ago that they closed again. So we are not sure that we will see new Saab cars in the future. It's not completely sure. Otherwise, we have Electrolux making vacuum cleaners, which is originating from Sweden. H&M, clothes factory, is also Swedish. And Ericsson, telephone company. IKEA, of course. And one thing that perhaps you don't know about, that it is Swedish, but I'm sure you have one of their products inside your fridge every day. It's called Tetra Pak. Tetra Pak, they are making every single carton emballage for the food. So if your milk is not in a glass bottle, it's in a carton emballage and it's a Tetra Pak carton. Yeah, so you can take your bottle upside down and look behind. You have a triangle, and it's written Tetra Pak. So left hand side here, the Opera House is the building you have on your left hand side here. And if you heard about the Masquerade Ball, the opera of Giuseppe Verdi, it's inspired about the assassination of Gustav III inside this building. And if you see some fishermen on your right, it's because it's completely for free to fish in Stockholm waters. It's a privilege that Queen Christina gave us in the 1600s, and we still have this privilege today. And there's lots of fishermen because just now they can catch salmon and trout. Salmon and trout for free at the foot of the Royal Palace. Isn't it luxurious? So our next stop will be for the Old Town. But as we are turning, you will see this garden on your left hand side. It's a very important garden. It was formerly the kitchen garden, the Royal Kitchen Garden, but it's open to the public today. And it's one of our best meeting points in town. We have the ice skating ring in winter, the Christmas market here, and many entertainment during summer as well. But if we love this garden over there on your left hand side, because of the trees we have around, those trees are Japanese cherry trees, and they are blossoming all together the same day in April. And that's very important for us because it's the first real flowers we can see after the wall snow we had. So you know what we do when we see those flowers? We get crazy. We leave the winter jacket at home. We are in t-shirt under the trees eating ice cream. It's freezing cold still outside, but we don't care because those trees are the symbol that summer will come back, and we believe them. So on your left you see the Grand Hotel, but we will pass one more time here, so I will explain the Grand Hotel later on. For the moment, if you look on your right hand side, you see this building in the middle of the water, and this is our parliament. This is our parliament. It's 349 deputies inside, 349 politicians working all together in only one chamber. And as I told you, it's the elections very soon in 2 weeks, and there will be change also the parliament, the whole parliament. Do you know how many percentage of women we have in our parliament in Sweden? Percentage of women inside the parliament.
71.
No, 71% of women, that's a little bit too much, I guess. No, we have 47% of women. 47, yeah. Yeah, percent of women. So we are hoping that with the next election we will have 50-50, you know. That will be the first time ever. That will be quite great. So we are now on the old town. Welcome to the old town. Welcome where Stockholm was born. On your right, this is the Royal Palace. This huge block over there, that's the actual Royal Palace. As I told you, that's the second one on the spot because the first one burned down completely in 1697. And the first one was looking like the picture in the mosaic room that we saw on the city hall. So something quite medieval with a dungeon in the middle and bricks. But the new one, that's the one you see now, it's a huge palace that was built. It took 60 years to be built, and that is still today the residence of the royal family. We call that the residence of the royal family, but they are not living inside any longer. No, they are not. They lived inside this building until 1981. 1981, they had 3 children in a very young age, and this palace don't have a single playground. There's no playground, there's no garden, there's nothing around here. So they moved in another palace, smaller, but with a huge garden outside. And this new palace is called Drottningholm, and it's where the king and queen of today are still living. So why do we call this building the official residence? Well, because it's where they are working. Everybody working for the royal family is working inside this building, and it's also the place where we have all the guests of the royal family sleeping. So for example, when Prince Charles is coming here to visit our royal family, is sleeping inside this building. Okay. So we're gonna leave the bus over there, but well, wait until I explain. Bengt is not able to stay here all time. It's not allowed, so we'll have to park anywhere else in Stockholm, and he will come back only in nearly 2 hours to pick us up, okay? So you can leave inside the bus anything you don't want to carry with you, but take with you what you need for the guided tour, the free time on this area, okay?
Una parte dice almuerzo, un bel almuerzo.
triathlon, where they are swimming, cycling, and running, and World Triathlon. Yeah, that will be this weekend. So that's why they are mounting. Sorry, all the things. So. Well, we're going to start with a guided tour of this area, then I will give you the free time to enjoy those places. At 12:15 you will have the changing of the guard just here on this little area over there. So if you're interested, at 12:15 it will be there. I'm trying to finish my guided tour before the start of this thing, so you can go there if you want to. We have an appointment somewhere around the obelisk at 1:20. 1:20, everybody here please. I don't know where the bus will be parked because of those things happening around there, so we might have to go down to find the bus there, and we still have the Vasa Museum to visit after this stop. Okay, so we will try to stay on time, so we'll have enough time to visit the Vasa Museum as well. So what you can see around you here, you have the Royal Palace, as I told you about, and the former Royal Palace disappeared into a fire in 1697. We will never know if it was an accident or not. The only thing we know is that the mother of the king, she really wanted a new palace, because in the 17th century, having a medieval palace that was so old-fashioned. The rest of Europe had beautiful buildings from the baroque side, and here people were at a long time. So the mother of the king, she really wanted a new palace, but her son was making war and was wanting to have money for the army. So he didn't have any money left for building new things. And then suddenly, fire! And the fire was not discovered on time and destroyed the whole palace at once. The only thing that could be saved was everything that was not fixed inside. So they were throwing through the windows, the chair, the table, the tapestries, the painting, the body of the previous king, because he died 1 month before the fire, and he was still in his little parade inside, so everybody could say goodbye to him. He also had to pass through the windows so that he could be buried properly. And then, the royal family were homeless, which is not really good for a royal family. So they had the architect to really move it fast. And the architect promised a new building in 6 years. Yeah, so got 0 behind it was 60 years. But the resident is quite large here. And one thing that the royal family is very proud about is not perhaps the style of this palace, which is like that. But they are very proud that they have one more the Buckingham Palace. One more. When this palace is completed, that will take more than in borrowed time. Very close to that, they had the oldest cathedral in Stockholm, out of brick and Gothic. That was not fitting together. So of course the king wanted to erase the old cathedral to build new one that was fitting better with the royal palace after 60 years. old town. Stockholm was founded on this island. The Vikings never lived on those areas because the Vikings they were thinking that those islands were too rocky, there were no agricultural possibilities and there were no big forests. So the Vikings didn't like this area. But at the Viking time, what we've seen on the other side, what is today a lake, at the Viking time it was the Baltic Sea. So the Vikings they could pass on the side of this island and continue with the same boats all the way to where they were living on Bierka, another island down there. Because they could do so, the lake was not existing, it was pure. But why would it become a lake? Elevation. We are rising. The last ice age, last year we had here was so heavy, it was 3 kilometers thick. 3 kilometers thick was so heavy. And the whole Scandinavia went underneath the water. And when this ice melted down, one thing that Stockholm wanted to do was to drain down the water here. And we have still not reached the highest point of this time. So till today we are raising 5 millimeters a year. You don't see that with the ice every year, but after 20, 40 years you see the difference. And during the medieval time, at the end of the Viking area, this place stopped to get elevated, and this place is continuing to rise up. So that's why this part got separated from the Baltic Sea, and the current was so strong that the water of the sea could not reach the lake, and that got fresh water, and we still have the Baltic Sea over there. But because of that, Vikings they could not continue their way with the same boat. They had to unload the merchandise here and to reload on the other side to continue. The European traders came to Stockholm. They already had traveled 2 months to come here. They didn't want to reload on the other side. They stayed here. They stayed on this side and then they said, okay, the Vikings, they wanted to buy something from us. And they said, we got to buy the trading city with this little island that was blocking the way.
We go right. I don't know what it is.
No,
Viking stone that have been used to build this house with, and you see a drawing in red. You also see some letters, it's the signs that you see all around in the snake body, and those letters are officially letters from an alphabet. The Viking they could write, and they have a special alphabet called rune. That's why we call that runic stones, because it's writing with the runes alphabet from the Viking time. The Viking they were writing on stones and wood, not on paper. They could not, they didn't knew about paper, so they were writing only out of stones and wood, and that's why those letters are very sticky, not rounded, because it's not very easy to make round things in a stone. And the Vikings they were using those stones to as landmarks around the streets to tell everybody their stories. So on those stones it could be written something who died, something who disappeared, a victory, or someone who discovered a new country or something like that. All their story was written on stones. This one, for example, is telling the story of a couple, Torsten and Rogen. Torsten and Rogen made so they made this stone for their son, but unfortunately we are missing two parts of the message, so we don't know what the son did. If he died, if he disappeared, if he made a war, that's unfortunately something that disappeared. I told you that the Vikings never came in this island, so why do we have Viking stone inside this building? Yeah, it's reused. It's reused. It's because Stockholm was built out of wood only at the beginning, because Stockholm is granitic, and at the medieval time we could not extract the granite. So the houses were wooden. But wood burns, and the city burned down completely twice, and at the third time they said, okay, no, it's forbidden to build out of wood, we built out of stones. And the rich men, they could buy stones, they could buy bricks, but the normal people, they could not buy anything. So they were taking their horse and their carriage and go very far away in the countryside to gather any kind of stones they could find. And the biggest stones they could find to buy a house, to build a house with, were the Viking stones. And at this time they didn't care about what it was, they didn't care about the value, the useful value of this place. It was a stone to build a house with. So we are very happy that we found it back and that we have the beautiful facade facing us, because it could have been on the contrary, they didn't really care at this time. Let's continue this way, please. course, you know that this church is not himself, that the new church going to be built will be smaller than the cathedral, and they said, okay, let's go. He just forgot to check one thing, where the church will be built. It's built on the higher ground of the cathedral, which means that which church you see best when you're outside from this island, not the cathedral. Today, these German traders disappeared, of course, through the 15th, 16th centuries, but most are still German buildings by tradition, I guess, and it's one of the most beautiful acoustic we have. If you're interested, the church is open at
These are real cowboys.
They are not very old, we changed them a couple of times.
There is anything by me or something.
So here you have a very quaint little place. It's a very good sign, but it's a very funny story, because the thing that the Stockholmers were most afraid of was not diseases or wars, it was fire by the cathedral.
Yeah, we want första dagen på.
aquí también. Vamos donde fueron todos.
Y acá
Mira, me siento vikingo.
esta es la guía.
Hola. Por ejemplo, si le quiero llevar un monito, por favor. No, dice no, porque
Me venía fijando en los autos y creo que aquí el auto más común es el Audi. Después hay Mercedes-Benz.
Alemania.
Y después ni Volvos casi ni se ven. Audi y Mercedes.
Para ellos no es barato. En Puerto Rico.
Risk telephone.
Yo creo que todo lo que podamos.
Cathedral. De los autos, no.
bonito esa nave. La nave de los vikingos. Bonita.
From England.
Una sorpresa que les tenía a ustedes.
Parece que les falta todavía, ¿eh? Un buen rato.
Están guardando la banda. Sí, la están guardando. Están guardando los instrumentos.
Ajá.
Está cortito lo de la banda.
Ahí en el palacio deben venir de allá. Vamos al kiosco.
Vamos. ¿Por dónde?
¿Por acá?
Ya.
El kiosco.
Hasta el perro es piernas largas, el puzzle, mira. Es distinto que allá.
So in summer they take a boat.
Debe ser por la
They
nieve.
come by boats in the city. In
Claro,
winter,
con la
it's
nieve
icy,
no
so
puede
they
tener
cannot,
patas
take a
cortas.
boat, so they take a car. It's very nice balance, really nice.
No, no, que esto es difícil. Pensaba que entramos una vez, ¿no?
A ese.
Al café.
Al Chocolate Copen.
Sí, ahí.
Ja, aber die sind von
Son oscuros.
Perfect. So I think we can go. Okay. I will ask in the cathedral. I think they have at least one ready to go. I will ask if they have permission to do that.
Alın orada bir yer. Niye orada bir yer?
Senior citizens. Pensioner senior citizen discount.
Hay que pagar 5 euros por persona.
5 euros.
Mm.
¿Pago yo?
No, no, no. Da nomás.
¿Qué? Aquí yo tengo.
No, no, no.
It's all included. All included in our tour.
Yes, yes, I have the paper to pay the
Ah, está incluido.
Don't worry about it.
No problem.
Very good.
All included.
Parecía está incluido en el tour.
Exact. Group 11, follow me, please.
11 go only with
Oh, qué linda. Preciosa.
Es del siglo XIII, ¿eh? De 1200 y tanto. Púlpito.
Welcome to the cathedral. So as I told you when we were outside on the back of this cathedral, you saw that the outside was quite baroque to fit with the new palace at this time. But I told you that the inside was much more older than what it seems from the outside. So this cathedral was started in the 1300s. In the 1300s they started to build the cathedral because the previous church was out of wood. Like the rest of Stockholm, it was built out of wood. And they could not build a cathedral with granite. They didn't have the tools to do that at this time. And they were not really trusting the brick. They didn't knew it was possible to build high and solid with brick, so they didn't try it at this time. They were building out of wood only. But the monks that we had here, especially the Franciscan, they were quite often going in pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela in Portugal. And on the way down, they were crossing over in France a city called Toulouse. And in Toulouse, they don't have stones, they don't have wood. In Toulouse, they have always built out of bricks. And the monk, when they saw the results of the churches built out of bricks in Toulouse, they said, that's possible, we can build high, big and fantastic out of brick. It's solid enough, we should try. So when they came back to Stockholm, they said, we can do it, it's possible. But they were not really trusting it, so they tried the first one that was quite small, out of brick, but quite small. Then we had a queen that was called Blanche de Namur. She was coming from Belgium, and in Belgium they already had the Gothic style that we didn't have yet in Sweden. And Blanche de Namur, she wanted to have her own chapel plus the cathedral, and she built this one. You see the views that were here, these beautiful paintings? It was built a little bit before the rest of the churches there. And because she had the workers from Belgium, they knew how to build high with those bricks, and suddenly the little green chapel was bigger than the rest of the church. So the church said, yeah, we have to be bigger than hers. So they started to build one more again. The rest of the cathedral, as you see here, started in the 1300s and ending at the end of the 1400s. So it took quite a long time to be able to build out of bricks the wall and space that you see around you now. And as I do so, it's very much older than the outside that you've seen, and gives you the contrast from the outside and the inside. So these have always been the parish church for the people living around, but it's also the cathedral and the main royal church, which means that the coronation happened here as well as the weddings, the royal weddings. So coronation, we don't have any coronation nowadays because it stopped in 1870s. 1870s, it was over for all coronation, and today the king is not even supposed to have the crown on his head. It's not allowed because he's not ruling anything. So they have the crowns on a pillow on the side on the table, but they have no coronation any longer. So this church is still used for the weddings. But not every prince and princess can be wed here. Only the crown prince or princess. So Victoria, she got married here on this church because she was in a crown princess. She was in the next one. But her little sister, Madeleine, she was not allowed to be married here. She had a job at the royal cabinet. So this cathedral, Apollo is being used. Still today we have a mass every day. The innocent princess on the side. This is one of the oldest and most well-preserved statue in Europe. It's out of oak trees, so it's wood, and also moose horn. Moose horn and oak trees. It's a very nice one and superbly preserved because it was made in 1497. 1497. the man who had painted the whole thing, he was still alive after the fire, so he could restore the painting, sew and restore it, and put it here in waiting for the new royal palace to be made. When the new royal palace was finished 60 years after, they realized that there were no way to keep that outside the cathedral. There's not any window or any doors where this painting can peek out. So it's stuck inside forever. Yeah, the religion in Sweden were quite.
Phải lấy tiền gà rô sốt, sao hổ xí.
Oui, mais comme elle dit, l'autre tient qu'une façade.
Ok, c'est pas juste.
Ils ont fini une façade pour nous.
Ok.
Salvaron cuando se quemó el palacio.
De visiter notre boutique de souvenirs suédois 6 mètres.
Es más cómodo caminar por estos otros porque eso se hace siempre. Por lo menos.
Amarrado em Comoro.
Estos caballos no son como los de Inglaterra, ¿eh? Son más educados.
Y no recogen al tiro.
No son tan educados los caballos como en Inglaterra.
Ah. Palacio feo.
How long does that camera run?
It depends on the battery, but each battery runs for 1 hour and a half. I have several replacements with me. con el fondo.
Ouais, ouais, t'es plus jeune. Oui, quand j'ai envoyé cette carte, je sais que t'es jeune pour ça. On avait un bonjour, c'était vieille. C'est quand mon mari, 50 ans après, je marche avec quand on a des grands-parents.
How was the church?
It was very nice. Actually, it was more beautiful than I was expecting.
La iglesia como de 1300.
We missed her. We couldn't find her, so we didn't get in.
Someone in the toy. Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. 45. So, we are leaving the old town for a moment because the purpose is to go on the other side of the city and discover one more island on your tour. And this new island will be Djurgården, the animal garden. And it's on this island where we have the famous Vasa Museum. So once again, you will see the parliament on your left hand side. On your left hand side is the parliament in the middle of the water. And then you're gonna have the Grand Hotel. Grand Hotel on your right. It's a building with all the flags. It's an hotel that was created in the 1880. So it's quite a long time ago, and it was created by the cook of the Royal Palace who wanted to introduce international gastronomy to Sweden. So at the beginning, they wanted to reward this hotel with a 5 star. So it's still today a 5-star hotel. Still today, 5-star hotel. But they had to create a 5th star just to reward this hotel. Do you have an idea why? What was the reason why they had to create a 5th star just to reward this hotel in 1880? Not because of the king. No, it's not a very funny reason actually. It's because it was the first hotel in Europe to change the sheets after each guest. Yep. But it was 1880, it was a long time ago. But well, if one day you got a Nobel Prize, it's never too late to try. You will be hosted into this building because it's where the laureates are staying when they are in Stockholm. So here we're going to reach the other side of the city and you're going to see a second harbor. The second harbor is a touristic one. So the boats you see in front of you will be boats that are offering excursion to the archipelago or dinner cruises or open up of sightseeing tours around the island of Stockholm. But most of them are touristic boats, not boats making daily links to other places. Then you're going to see an important building, the white marble building with all the golden decoration on the front. For the moment this building is in front of the bus, but you will have it on your left hand side as we are turning around this water. And this huge white building with golden decoration in the facade is the Royal Dramatic Theatre. Royal Dramatic Theatre is the most important stage in Sweden, but I'm sure you have never heard about it before. But you certainly have heard about the 3 most famous Swedes who started their career inside this building. If I tell you Greta Garbo, yeah, her real name was Greta Gustafsson. But when she moved to LA, they thought that Gustafsson was not really pretty name, so she changed it to Greta Garbo. So Royal Dramatic Theatre now on your left hand side here, Royal Dramatic Theatre. The second is Ingrid Bergman. Yeah, Ingrid Bergman also, before going on films, she was actress for the first time on this stage. And the third one is Ingmar Bergman. Not as an actor, he was never really good for that, but before making films he was directing shows on the stage of the Royal Dramatic Theatre. So here you are discovering a new district called Östermalm. Östermalm means the Eastern District. And this Eastern District was built by a king called Oscar II. Oscar II, he had a city that was definitely medieval, quite old-fashioned, not very clean, and he was fed up with that. So he pushed away all the farms that we had on this area still to be able to build a new district and a modern one. And he took the inspiration in Paris with the Haussmann Boulevard. So he asked his architect to create huge avenues planted with trees and loads of lights, apartments that we have on the corner. So still today, because it's the most modern building of this area, it's still called the Nobility District today. So here on your right you see the Vasa Museum. It's where we are going. The Vasa Museum is the wooden building with a leaning roof and 3 masts going through. This is the building on your right hand side, on the other side of the water, where we are going now, the Vasa Museum. So the huge building you have on the corner is the Nordiska Museet, and it's a museum dedicated to fashion, folklore and trend. So it's talking about the clothes from the medieval time to today, designs and decoration at home, the furniture you had, the evolution of the furnitures at home between medieval time and today, and all the traditions of Sweden also are represented inside. It's a huge building. It looked very nice, but it has never ever been a palace. It was built to be a museum, and it is still a museum today. So we are entering now, with this bridge, we are entering into Djurgården, the animal garden, and that's all the former royal hunting ground. So imagine this island with no bridges, with a fence all around the island so the animals could not swim away. And the large blue portal that you will see on your left hand side, this blue portal on the left hand side here, that was the entrance of the royal hunting ground. But we are going to see the Vasa Museum first. We're gonna stay inside for 1 hour. 1 hour inside this museum. We'll guide you for 30 minutes to tell you all the story about this wonderful warship, and you will still have around 30 minutes to go everywhere you want and discover the rest of this museum. So it's 1:40. It's 1:40 on my clock. So we will be gathering outside at 2:40. 2:40 we will meet outside the museum, which means near the anchor. Anchor. Yeah, there's an anchor just here on the corner. We're gonna meet here at 2:40 outside. Of course, you can leave anything you want inside the bus. We leave it now and follow the sunflower. Just follow the sunflower inside the museum.
Sí, Museo Baza. Hay fila.
Llegamos todos los buses juntos.
Ah, pero hay una fila especial para los grupos.
Vale la pena, por eso.
Of the world, basically. So we wanted to make war to anybody else around, starting with Poland, because Poland was just across the sea, and because the Polish king was his cousin, and Poland was Catholic, we were already Protestant. Two big reasons to make war, isn't it? So, in order to start his war with Poland and the rest of the world, he decided to have 4 new ships to be built. At the end, only 2 will be built. The Vasa ship and the twin sister ship of the Vasa will be built. The third and fourth one will be built. On the contract he signed with the ship builder, he was very precise. He wanted the biggest ship ever made, with 69 metal rods. He wanted the ship to be very fast, so it was forbidden to build them now. They are very narrow. Less than 12 meters narrow. And also he wanted the ship to be most powerful, so very well armed, and he wanted 72 cannons. 72 cannons! It has never been made before, so the shipbuilder had no idea how to do that. At the end, the day of departure, there will be only 64 cannons on board because they didn't have time enough to make all the 72. So they will leave Stockholm with only 64 cannons. So that will be largely empty. The king was in a hurry, so he wanted the ship to be ready as fast as possible. They were working quite a lot, days and nights, and even part of winters were worked to be sure that those boats would be ready in 2.5 years instead of 5 usually needed to build such a boat. What happened during the construction is that in Sweden we didn't have enough workers, so we had to import workforce from Netherlands, because the Dutch people, they were the best at shipbuilding, basically the best. So the shipbuilder in chief was a Dutchman, and he had with him half the workers he could find in Netherlands country. But because the Swedish people and the Dutchmen, they could not understand each other, 2 separate languages, and they didn't have the same measurement system either. So the Dutch, and it worked when they put the 2 pieces together, it worked very well. So that will not be the problem. But then, the shipbuilder, he died 9 months before the ship was ready. He died. Unfortunately, didn't like our winters, I guess. The king was quite worried, so he went to the shipyard, and the widow, she said, okay, Vasa and the Apple, the second ship, they are nearly ready. They just the statue to be fixed. There's just a little details to be fixed. I can do it. I will not be able to create the 2 new ships, but those 2 ones, I can finish them. So the king was reassured, and he wanted to start his war directly with Poland. So he left Sweden with half his army and started already to fight over there. And of course, every week he was sending a letter to Stockholm, where is my ship? I want my ship, are you ready yet? Yeah. So here it was kind of panic to finish the ship on time and to send it as fast as possible to the king, not to make him unhappy. Then, of course, in absence of the king, the highest person remaining in Stockholm was the admiral. Admiral Claes Fleming was the one to follow the construction and to fix the last details. And of course, when it was nearly time to put Vasa on the water, yeah, he saw that something was quite wrong. And the thing is that the king really wanted to impress Poland. He really wanted to impress anybody around. So the biggest cannon, you know, the hugest, the most impressive pieces, they were not on the lower deck, they were on the top deck, to be seen, to show off. The heaviest cannon on top. But they didn't know that. The king really wanted that way, and they could not say it's not possible. So the ship was top heavy. And when it was set up on the water, the admiral saw something wrong. So they made a stability test, what they do anytime with any ships. On the main deck, there were 30 soldiers, and the 30 soldiers, they were running left, right, left, right, left, right. They should have run 30 times. But after the 3rd time, the boat was moving so much that it was about to crash, having never sailed really. So the admiral would have been the only one at the time able to say stop. We take time, but we fix the problem. But the only thing that the admiral will say will be, oh my god, if the king was there. But the king was not. So the admiral, he will not say a word. He will put as much ballast as this ship can contain, which means 120 tons. It's not enough. But it's the maximum capacity of the ballast. But it chose stones. It chose granite, heavy stones, but stones. And that will be powerful. So, the departure, the maiden voyage, was the 10th of August, 1628. It was a bright Sunday, lots of sun, so imagine the whole Stockholm was outside on the harbour, looking at this most fantastic ship ever to start its career. Because it was delayed, the army was not inside the ship. The army was waiting in the archipelago that the ship will pick them up on the way. So who was inside? The sailors, no, the sailors, of course, but also their families. The women, the children, the grandparents, it was such a gift they were given to be able to be the first one to board the most famous ship ever. So then it was time for departure, and because it was a maiden voyage, they decided to shot with all the 64 cannons at once. And they started to sail. Yeah, you've seen how flat Stockholm waters are. Even when it's blowing, it's not very lots of waves, so it's quite nice and quiet. Even this day there were a little bit of wind, but it was just some gust of wind on the side, it was nothing fancy. So they both started to sail. Then the first gust of wind came on the side and pushed the boat like that. All boats are doing that. It's totally normal. But we had fired with all the 64 cannons, which means that the gun port, they were open. So when you are leaning like that, the gun port are touching the water, and the water started entering inside the boat. Yeah, and the boat started to be very heavy. Imagine the main heaviest cannon on top of it, that are really pushing down the world also. The captain was very good. At the first time he succeeded to put the boat right up again and gave the order to close immediately all the gun ports on the sides. But it don't take 5 minutes to do that. One cannon is 1 ton. You need 6 men to drag it inside before being able to close the gun port. Which means that 5 minutes later, when the second gust of wind came on the same side and pushed the boat once again, they were not closed, not all of them, and the water started entering inside the wall once again, and then it was over. Over, because you remember the ballast, the 120 tons of stones that were put there. What do the stones do when you are leaning like that? Rolling on the wrong side, and the cannons down there that are very heavy, they are not helping to put the boat right up again. They are, on the contrary, making lean forwards and downwards. And then in 20 minutes it was over. 20 minutes after departure, this sail ship disappeared under the water. What happened to the people on board, can you say? You know that at this time there were not that many people able to swim. On the contrary, many could not swim. But you see how high this is. And you see only half the mast. The rest of the masts are above the roof of this building, which means that in total the ship is 52 meters high. Where it sank, it was only 32 meters. We had 20 meters of mast and sails through the water, and the people could grab something and wait for the rescue. We think that there were around 30 people who died, but the 30 people were stuck inside the hull, behind the cannons that were trying to save something, and unfortunately could not get out. What happened next? Well, we had to inform the king. We sent a letter, and he received it 2 weeks after, saying, oops, sorry, catastrophe, the boat will never run. You can imagine that the king was really furious, absolutely furious, and he ordered a trial to be made to kill the one responsible for such a catastrophe. But who is responsible? The shipbuilder, already dead. The widow said, oh, and I made only details, I never made anything important on the ship, so it's not me. So they say, okay, of course, Captain, it's his problem, he might have made a mistake in his driving time. And the Captain was still alive, and he was able to prove at the trial that from A to B, there were no mistakes to be made. It was impossible. So they said, okay, of course that was the sailor. They were drunk. They could not close the doors on time. It's their fault. No, it was the same day. They went to mass, which was compulsory, before boarding the ship. They could not have drunk anything on this way. Not possible. They were not them either. So who was to blame? Yeah, the king wanted too much things that was not possible at this time, but he didn't want to commit suicide at this time. So they basically forgot about the whole story. They will do two things. First, they will cut everything that was above the water. That was kind of a shame to have your best ship down there. So it was cut down, and then they tried to save it. Yeah, in 1600 they tried to save it. Didn't succeed, of course, but it damaged the top part of this deck because the only idea they had was to use anchor of many boats on the surface, and the anchors were stuck into the hull of this one and tried to lift it up. Did that work? Because today, do you know how much it's weighing? Now, today, that means without cannons, without ballast, just the hull out of wood. How much is it? The same weight than 6 jumbo jets. The same weight than 6 airplanes. So you can imagine that with the cannons and with the ballast and everything, it was too heavy for this time. So they forgot about it. On maps, it's called Brack with a cross. That's all, no name, nothing. And then in the 50s, there were a man saying, I'm sure it's a Vaza down there. I'm sure it is this one. And he proved it. He found a letter. He found the copy of the letter sent to the king that was describing the catastrophe and approximately where it happened. And he spent 3 summers to try to find it. In 56 he found it, and then it took 5 more years to find the money, the techniques, and to have enough time to save it completely. So in April 61, 333 years after catastrophe, this ship sailed the light once again. And what is absolutely unique in the world is that this ship is authentic at 95%. 95% of what you see in front of you is oak trees from the 1600s. The 5% missing is very easy to see. It's a light color wood on the top that we have reconstructed, and we don't try to lie. This is new wood, of course. It's the part that we're missing. All the rest is the original boat. So why is it so well preserved? Do you think? Water is cold. That's a good point. There's something else. Low percentage of salt. Our waters are brackish, not salted enough, which means that we don't have those maggots, the little worms that are eating roots anywhere else in the world. They're not existing in our waters. So without worms, nobody were there to destroy this salt. It was covered with mud, very cold in winter, and it was perfectly preserved. Okay, so we go backwards. Some more to tell you down there, and then I will give you a free time, and then you remember the
La señora pregunta, ¿a qué hora tiene que encontrarse?
Anchor
2:40, I think.
2:40.
A ver.
2:40.
Anchor is at 2:40. Anchors at 2:40. So, 2:40, yes. But follow me
Te
behind the ship
preguntaba a
right
qué hora
there.
había que encontrarse.
Ah.
Justo le preguntó al papá. Sí, no había nada por... Impresionante, ¿eh?
Sí.
Y que estemos al lado de esto. Ay, es como del 1600.
Sí.
Originalmente.
Yeah, but there's no sails, of course. We have no sails, so that we need.
Look at all these.
We'll walk up to you. Como el pirata del Caribe.
Pero esto es más alto, lo vemos aquí por eso. Pero si estamos aquí a la altura del mar, y era alto, era alto.
She was top AV, those cannons on the top. She was too AV up there and not AV and not down there with the ballast, and that will be part of the combination. And the cannon doors were open, so that was it. She's still floating. So when we saved it, we just had to put away all the ballast from the hull, and she was floating by herself. So she was very well designed. But yeah, just to tell you, you remember I told you that we had
Mira, ahí está colores.
that was made exactly at the same time,
Sí.
that was the same size and the same line. She was called Apple, like the fruit, apple, and she went out of the shipyard 1 month after the catastrophe. In 1 month they could not change everything. they changed only 3 small details. First, the ABS cannon, not on the top. ABS cannon were on the lower cannon deck. Second choice, ballast. They were still placed only for 120 tons, because there's no more place than that. But it was not stones any longer, it was melted iron. So as AB, but much more stable. And the third thing they could change was to enlarge the main deck, not the hull. It was today, it was constructed. But the main deck has been enlarged with 1 meter. 1 meter is absolutely nothing. But with those 3 little changes, the Apple was able to save 30 years in the Swedish Navy without problems. She was quite stubborn, quite sailor. So if that's the name something, they could have saved this one also. They could have saved that if they wanted to. So it's not a construction problem. That was many small details that we can fit together at the time because the king wanted something impossible. Yeah. So where is the Apple today? Well, you have saved the bobber this morning. You will save the bobber this afternoon. Because in the archipelago we have a very narrow passage that we wanted to block. We wanted to block it so no enemies could take it, because it was not very easy to defend. So we were thinking any old boats we had inside this passage. That's where the Apple is, because after 30 years of service she was not fitted for the Navy any longer, and she had to be sent at this place. This place is today the only passage that your kind of ship is able to take, because it's a different. So that's why we say the bobber this morning, and we will say the bobber this afternoon. What about the sculpture to the left? Because the other ship should have been a trial ship. The king would have been able to sleep on it, but you have never seen her actually. But if he had, he would have been able to sleep there. So he needed 500 statues all around to tell people who was living inside, to tell the story of the Swedish king. And some of the statues have been restored, not restored, but remade. So that's copies. Here, so you have a better idea of what is represented onto the statue over there. And you see mostly soldiers, and mostly Roman soldiers. Roman soldiers. Remember at the city hall I told you that the Roman never got to Sweden? Never had a single Roman on this country? So why does our king choose Roman soldiers wearing his ship? It's not part of our history. But Gustavus Adolphus, he knew that the biggest empire that had existed ever on earth at this time was the Roman Empire. And he wanted everybody to consider himself as the new Roman Empire. He wanted to be seen as strongly as any Roman Empire at this time. That's why he chose his symbol on this ship. You see also that all the sculptures are brightly colored. And it's not only the Vasa ship that was colored, any ship at this time was as brightly colored as this one. Any idea why we had to paint all the ships? Imagine that you are standing on Stockholm Airport and the Vasa is going to visit you. Can you read the statue? Can you read the messages in the statue now? No, you can't, because it's not enlightened enough. You needed bright color to see the details of the statue and to be able to identify who was coming to visit you. Was it a king? Was it just a merchant? Was it an enemy, a friend? Everything was written to the statue. At this time people, they could not read letters and stuff like that. Forget it, they could not. The name Vasa is never written with letters on it. It's not written at all, not a single letter. It's written through the statue over there. It's a statue telling you who is on board and who owns the ship. Everything is there. Okay, so I give you free time now, so you can go around this area. Toilets is very important, I know. You have toilets near the exit. So first, this floor is the 4th floor. This is 4th floor, okay? So the exit is on the 4th floor, and the exit is on the left-hand side of where we got in the museum. So on the corner you'll see the information desk. Left from the information desk you have the toilets, the exit, and the shop on the other side of the exit doors, okay? And we're gonna meet outside this building in 30 minutes, something like that. Fourth floor. For those who want to take pictures, the best point of view is on the 7th floor.
Lo pasaban bien en
7th
el
floor is this
cielo.
balcony over there, best pictures. But then I advise you to go on the 5th floor, 5th floor, this one just above us, because it's where we have reconstructed the cannon deck. You can actually come in.
Vamos al quinto piso y los baños están en el cuarto.
Feel how it should have been. And it's also where we have all the stuff that we found inside the boat. We had all the luggages of all the crew, we had all the shoes.
Soy así.
Ya.
¿Subamos?
Sí.
Un piso.
Que mirar ahí adentro. A mirar adentro. Precioso.
¿Sigamos?
Voy a entrar a la casa como era por dentro del bar.
¿Ya?
Eran chiquititos.
¿Subamos arriba?
Bueno. Qué larga la cuota.
Que si nos detenemos mucho rato en cada
No
cosa.
tenemos mucho tiempo.
No. Y de arriba hay vista de la cubierta, pienso yo.
20 para las 4. 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 Creo que la cubierta bien alto se ve bien.
Desde ahí.
Uy, qué alto. Pero,
No,
¿qué, era
pero-
construcción o era nada más la cabeza?
No, fue,
Cañones.
fue una serie de eventos desafortunados. Primero, bueno, fueron a buscar constructores, el rey fue a buscar constructores a Dinamarca y trajeron constructores de Dinamarca y acá habían algunos suecos también. Entonces la mitad como hablan distintos idiomas, la mitad del barco lo construyó un país y la otra mitad lo construyó el otro país. Pero el rey quería mostrar todo su poderío y por eso este barco tiene muchos cañones y el rey quería que uno de los más grandes cañones no estuviese abajo como la mayoría de los barcos de esa época, sino que lo quería arriba para que todo el mundo lo viera, pero ese cañón era muy pesado, entonces al ponerlo arriba el barco perdía estabilidad. Igual lo hicieron y para compensar esa pérdida de estabilidad fueron a buscar 120 toneladas de piedra y las pusieron en el fondo del barco. Bueno, el asunto es que llegó el día de la inauguración y botaron el barco al agua. Y para dar un buen espectáculo dispararon todos los cañones al mismo tiempo. ¿Ya? Y empezó a soplar el viento y las escotillas de los cañones estaban abiertas. Entonces el barco se la dio hacia una parte, hacia un costado. Y por ahí, por una de esas escotillas, empezó a entrar agua. A pesar de que todos los marineros estaban tratando de cerrar las escotillas, pero se necesitaba 6 marineros por cada cañón, porque cada cañón pesaba como 1 tonelada para poder moverla hacia atrás y cerrar la escotilla. Entonces no tuvieron tiempo de hacerlo. Entonces el capitán hizo algunas maniobras y logró enderezar el barco, ¿ya? Y al poco rato volvió el viento a soplar y el barco se ladeó de nuevo y ahí no pudieron, entró demasiada agua y no pudieron salvarlo.
El peso se lo llevó al fondo.
Claro, entonces le mandaron, el barco se hundió y le mandaron una carta al rey informándole lo que había pasado. El rey se puso furioso y dijo, bueno, ¿a quién le echamos la culpa? Entonces hicieron un juicio. Y el constructor del barco justo se había muerto como una semana antes o un mes antes de terminar. El capitán lo llevaron a juicio y no escuché bien si lo habían declarado culpable o no, pero parece que no. Porque por lo menos había tratado de hacer maniobras para salvar el barco. Los marineros lo enjuiciaron y no lo encontraron culpables porque justo el día de la inauguración era día domingo. Entonces los marineros habían ido a misa primero y como de la misa se tenían que ir al puerto, no había forma de que los marineros estuviesen ebrios, porque si hubiesen estado ebrios habrían sido culpables, pero no fue eso.
Fue culpa del rey que por su orgullo quiso ponerlo de otra manera.
Vamos a ver el velamen.
Estamos en el 6, ¿cierto?
Traté de mandarme a ver si me mandó un texto.
De los holandeses en las películas.
De Flandes.
Estos son bombos, pero no son aquí está la explicación.
ไปนู่นกันแล้ว
Feel the weight.
300 pesos.
Sí.
Es el más pesado que ahí va a ir pagar.
¿No? Esta es livianita.
Tiene unos leoncitos ahí.
Sí, pues nos atiramos de la tierra.
Con esto se cargaban, mira.
Qué enorme, ¿ah? Había que tener fuerza.
Pasa que no entendía bien yo porque el palo ese que está acá. No entendía por qué ese palo está allá tan bajo.
Afundamento.
Tiene que haber tenido mucho. Tiene que haber tenido ser para muchos marineros, ¿no?
485.
¿Cuánto?
485.
Mira.
So the soldiers who are actually Marines, they were basically, yeah, exactly. Soldiers. What was the reason why there were so many soldiers? They were supposed to fight the other ships. They had so many soldiers because at that time when they were at wars, they were fighting. They used to
Vale.
So, before returning to our eclipse, we wanted to show you part of this last island that we didn't have discovered yet. So we're gonna make a little tour, a little detour on this island of the Djurgården, the animal garden, the former royal hunting ground. But at first you're gonna see a little bit better, closely, this museum, Nordiska Museum, this huge building that have never ever been a palace or a monastery. It have always been a museum from the beginning. and it is still today the folklore and trend museum for Scandinavia. Can you imagine that the original project of this museum should have been 3 times bigger? 3 times bigger, yeah. But the king at this time, Oscar II, when he realized that this simple museum will be as big and much more beautiful than his own palace, he said, no way. So we just have 1/3 of the original project. So this whole island was once upon a time the royal hunting ground, which means that it was just a wild forest with lots of wild animals. At this time, on this area, we had of course moose, reindeer, deers and any kind of animal that the royal family wanted to hunt. The last king to hunt was just before Gustav III. Gustav III, because he was so in love with culture, he was not really keen to hunt. So he decided to open this area to the public, and of course from the beginning it started to be our recreation area. We're meaning that at first there were summer houses to be built here, and then of course the first museums. The workers, for example, they went all the time on Sundays on this island to have picnics and to enjoy the rest of the forest of this island. Another museum that was constructed in the late 1800s was the one on your left-hand side. Left-hand side, you see this wooden building. It looks like a wooden church from Norway, but from the beginning it was a biologic museum. It is still a biologic museum today. You see the tramway, number 7 over there on your left-hand side. I have to say that we just have 1 line of tramway, just 1 line. That's all, not more than that. Because there were a time where politicians wanted to favorize cars, and they pushed away all the old tramways we had. And this is the only line that we have reconstructed. Because it's one of the most touristic one on this island. Just on this island, yes. On your right hand side over there, that's the art gallery, Liljevalchs Art Gallery. And on the right hand side, you're going to see very soon the newest edition of the museums on this place, and we waited quite a long time to have this one, opened last year only. ABBA the museum. The Museum of ABBA over there, dedicated only to this pop group from Sweden. ABBA, yeah. Then on your right hand side you have the entrance of the amusement park. Remember, you saw it from the panoramic point. That's the one, and it's a very old one. It was built in 1883. Fortunately, at this time, not at this time, but fortunately they have modernized a little the amusement that you have inside. Left hand side here you have the oldest open-air museum in the world. Arthur Hazelius, who created this park, he was the first one to got the idea of buying houses from any time, from any region, and to rebuild those houses here on this park of the Skansen. And this museum got a large success, because visiting this museum is just like visiting the whole Sweden in one day. You have houses from all the regions, and everybody's dressed and are working just like in the ancient time. And this place is also the only place in Stockholm where you have alive moose, reindeer, brown bear, foxes, wolves, wolverines, and all the other Nordic animals, because it's also our zoo. In Sweden we love to sing. That doesn't mean that we sing well, but we love to do that. And to give you an idea, there's more people involved in the choir in Sweden than people playing football and ice hockey all together. So we sing a lot, and the best events of the summers is always a sing-along concert. So on this island we have several places where we have concerts. For example, in the amusement park on your left hand side here, there's a music stage that are welcoming quite a lot of international artists. And in the 60s we had Jimi Hendrix, for example. Jimi Hendrix, he came to Stockholm in 67, if I remember right, and he was loving it so much, the atmosphere and the people around, that he could not stop playing. He played for 3 hours in a row. Yeah, unfortunately at the end we had to unplug him. And one of the things that you can do on the ABBA Museum is of course to sing your favorite ABBA song on a karaoke version, but also to climb on stage and to dance your favorite ABBA song. So don't be shy, you are alone on stage and there's a curtain in front of you that nobody can see you, and you have the holograms of the 4 ABBA members around you, so you are dancing with the holograms of ABBA. And when you go home, you got a code to go on internet, so you can see yourself as the 5th member of ABBA on stage. Isn't it great? That might explain the price of the entrance ticket. It's quite expensive, but it's very popular because it's brand new. It was open last year in May. So the rest of this island is still today a large white forest. So if you look on your right hand side, you'll see that the rest of this island is completely green. Lots of green stuff and lots of places where we can only walk and have some quiet time. So the rest of this island have been protected in the late 80s as the first national natural park in the heart of a capital. We call that Ekoparken. And we are quite proud about it because you know that we have a marathon, the race, and the Stockholm's marathon, yeah. And this race was elected 2 years in a row the most beautiful marathon in the world because half the race is inside the forest. So the runners, they're not only running on the streets, they are also running inside the forest, on the shadow of the trees, and meeting squirrels and deers, for example. So it's quite a nice marathon in Stockholm. Well, unfortunately, it's beginning of June where we have this race, and the weather is not that good. Yeah, this year it was raining cats and dogs. Last year it was just 6 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it was freezing cold. So, back on this area of Östermalm. Östermalm, the eastern district, is still called today the Nobility District. It's quite exclusive, and the most exclusive part of this district is the street we are on today, here. It's called Strandvägen, which means the beach street, but there's no beach around, it's just the name. And you see the facade on your right hand side? That's the most expensive apartments in Stockholm. They are huge inside the apartments, so that's why it's quite lots of embassy here. But the prices are today up to 12,000 euros per square meter, which is $1,200 per square feet. So it's definitely heavily expensive, and because it's very, very exclusive, we have quite a lot of famous people who want to live here. Do you remember Björn Borg, the tennis player? He has an apartment on this area. I think it's his parent living inside for the moment. And Benny Andersson, one of the ABBA member, the B of ABBA, Benny Andersson, he has an apartment here as well. And oh yes, Tiger Wood. Yeah, no, not any longer. But when he was married to the Swedish lady, he could live here. Not any longer, of course, because she kept the apartment. Good for her, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. ABBA is a very famous Swedish pop group that made a huge career outside Sweden, but also in Sweden. They are very, very famous. And the name ABBA comes from their first names. So the 2 girls are the A and the 2 boys are the B's. So it's Agneta, the blonde girl, Benny and Björn, the two men, and Annie Fried, the other girl. So ABBA for ABBA. And you know, when we opened the museum last year in May, we were very excited to, for the first time ever, to see them all together again, because they have been separated for a long time now and they have never been together since then. And unfortunately there were only 3 of them for the inauguration of the museum. The blonde girl Agneta, she didn't come because she was promoting her own album. She's trying to have a solo career just now, and she was promoting her album, so she didn't came for the inauguration of the museum. So we only had 3. So, Royal Dramatic Theatre, once again on your right hand side this time. Very nice building, isn't it? It's a very small statue, but I want to tell you the story of the little bronze lady you have on the corner. On the right hand side of this building, you'll see a very little bronze statue on the corner of this building on your right hand side. It's the natural size of an actress, Margareta Krog. She was actress inside this building, and she was so famous that they wanted to reward her career with a statue. But Margareta Krog, she said, no way, I don't want to be a cold statue. Forget it, I don't want her to have a cold statue of me. So then she died, unfortunately, and people said, we know she didn't want it, but we want to have her as a statue outside. But in order to give her something, this statue is not cold. You right hand side here, the corner. This statue is not cold. The statue is standing on a warm water pipe, which means that in winter we love her. In winter we come here to warm our fingers on her belly because she's all the time 28 degrees. So we are back now on Norman, the northern district, and I'm gonna tell you the story about this garden. This garden, we love it. It's our favorite mating point, and we love it especially because we have the Japanese cherry tree there. And the Japanese cherry tree, they are blossoming all together in April, which is when we have the first official flowers after a long winter. So we used to gather under those flowers in April, taking pictures of the flowers, and from when those flowers are blossoming, we cannot stop smiling. In winter we are not really smiling because it's cold outside, so we are rushing home quite often, and we prefer to meet people at home, cozy in front of the chimney. But since the flowers over there are blossoming, we cannot stop smiling. We are outside all the time. It's still freezing cold, but we don't care. We are outside eating ice cream, staying on the terrace with huge jackets, and we are trying to enjoy a maximum of the daylight and the summer outside. So on this area it's still Norman, but we're going to cross over once again the Old Town Island. So you're gonna see once again the Royal Palace on your right hand side, and then we will have a short ride back to the ship. So Parliament on your right hand side, some fishermen. Oh, not today actually, funny. Yeah, They make a competition each year, and I don't know this year because perhaps it have not been yet competition. But last year, the biggest salmon they caught here was 21 kilo. Yeah, that was quite kind of beast. It took 20 minutes to tire him up and to be able to fish him. He was fighting quite a lot. So once again you have the Royal Palace on your right hand side. The other facade of the Royal Palace, quite a huge one. On your left you're gonna see Gustav III as a statue on his pedestal. That's King Gustav III. And behind him you have a white rounded building which was formerly a church and is nowadays the choir assembly hall. The white boat with the 3 masts on the other side of the water, this was formerly from the Royal Navy in Great Britain, and today it's an hostel, so there's rooms inside and we can sleep inside. Here on your right hand side you see most of the facades of this old town island over there, and if you look at them properly you will see something strange with every single one of those buildings. Do you see that? They are leaning. All of them are leaning. But I don't want you to believe that the Swedes are not able to build straight or that they were drunk all the time, because it's not really the reason. Those buildings are not standing on firm ground. They are not even standing on the island. They are basically standing on medieval garbages. Those garbages that have been gathering through the water for many centuries, that have been cropped together to form new earth, and that's on that they tried to build buildings. Look at this one, the yellow one on the right hand side, yellow one here, that's the worst leaning. This one is absolutely amazing. Yeah, it's just because those buildings are not standing on rocks, it's standing on new earth created through the land elevation and through also the gathering of garbages through many centuries. So in the 1600s it was so overcrowded in the old town that they just took advantages of those new lands, making a wooden pillar inside the earth and then as foundation, and then trying to put the buildings on the top of it. But from the beginning it was not very subtle. Here once again we cross over this sluicen area, which is the lock. You see the lock down the ground here, that's a link between the Baltic Sea and the lake, and as I told you already, it's 60 centimeters differences between those two kinds of water. So perhaps you know that before 1967 in Sweden we were driving the English way. Yeah, we were driving on the left hand side before. Traditionally we were on the left hand side, but in 67 the government made a referendum to ask the people what they wanted to do, because all of the neighboring countries they were driving on the right side. Yeah, in the referendum people say that they preferred to drive on the same side that any other neighbor. So we had to change the traffic system in Sweden, and it occurred in 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. Because they had a huge campaign in the newspaper and radio to tell the people what will happen and to give them advices how to do that. But the 10th of September 1967 they stopped the traffic at 5 o'clock in the morning. They changed the places for any single cars and buses and trams on the whole country, and at 10 o'clock the same day they were allowed to drive again on the other side of the street. It was working, but you know why? Because there were not that many people in 67 in Sweden. Till today we are only 9.5 million inhabitants. So how many cars did we had in Stockholm in 67? Not that much either. So it worked well because it was not very populated. A last view over Stockholm on your left hand side from Katarinavägen, and you see once again the islands that we have discovered through these 6-hour tours. So we talked about the economy, so you know approximately the Swedish trademarks and the thing that makes Sweden a little bit famous outside its frontier, its border. Let's talk about the taxes, for example. The VAT in Sweden is 25%. So VAT is quite heavy, and the income taxes also are quite heavy. We have a minimum of 30% of the income going to the state. No matter how much you are earning, even if you are earning quite little, there's 30% that will be given to the state. And the more you are earning, of course, the more you are paying as income taxes. And if I'm not mistaken, the richest family in Stockholm just now, they are paying something like 62-65% of income taxes. So yeah, it's quite expensive, it's quite heavy, but we are not complaining that much. We are complaining, of course, but not too much, because we are still faced in what it is paying. For example, the education system is completely for free. School starts when you are 7 years old to 19 years old when you get your degrees and you can go to university. And all the system is for free, not only to go to school, but also every single notebook, pencil, books are paid by the school, and even the lunch. Lunch is included, which means that the parents, they don't have to spend a single coin on the education of the children. The first time that the children will have to pay their own lunch and their own pencils will be when they will reach university. And they are complaining. And also the healthcare system is working quite well. For example, we don't pay the doctors when we are going to have a medical visits. We just give the security social number, and they will invoice directly the social security system. And if you are very sick and if you need lots of medication, we have a maximum amount of money that you will spend on your medication. If you go over this maximum, then the rest is for free the rest of the year for you. One thing that's give money to the state also is, of course, cigarettes, tobacco and alcohol. Alcohol in Sweden is a state monopoly, which means that if you go to the supermarkets, you will only find very light beer, maximum 3.5% of alcohol inside. All other alcohol, like wine, like vodka and whiskey, you have to go to state monopoly shops, which are called Systembolaget, and they are open only on weekdays and offices hour. So it's not that easy to go there, but it was on purpose. It was to try to find any way to lower the alcohol consumption on this country. So since the 50s, if we want a bottle of wine, we have to go to the special shop, and the bottle of wine that could be found for 5 euros in Europe, in Sweden the same bottle will cost you 8 euros and perhaps 10 sometimes. So the restaurants and the bars, they are not exempted of this tax, they have to pay the same tax. So if you want to have a glass of wine with your dinner in a restaurant, the glass of wine will cost you something like 10 euros sometimes. So as you can guess, it's not that cheap to go out in Stockholm and to enjoy a little party. So for example, let's say that you want to have your birthday party, nothing fancy, you just want a good meal, a couple of glasses of wine, and then you want perhaps to go to a cinema or a dance floor. If you do that in Stockholm city center, yeah, you will lose your shirt. That's pretty expensive. So you know what we do? We have a solution. We take a boat. You see this one, the red and white in front of yours? This boat is a ferry boat to Finland. We have 3 companies just in Stockholm that are making every day the trip to Finland and back. Most of the people coming on board those boats, they don't want to go to Finland. They just want to spend the time on board, and the cruise way and back is 23 hours. And because this boat is stopping some minutes at a very small island between Sweden and Finland, this small island is duty-free. So the boat is allowed to sell duty-free on board. So for, let's say that you want your birthday party, for the same amount of money that you will have invest into Stockholm for just a meal, a couple of wine and perhaps a cinema after that, for the same amount of money, you have a 23 hours cruise all included. You have your cabin on board to sleep, you have a nice dinner on buffet, huge, with drinks included, and you have on board also dance floors, cinema, spa, and many entertainment to enjoy your time. So what do you choose? Yeah, you are like us, you choose the boat also. Exactly. So that's why those boats are working every single day and all year round, even in winter, and they are quite always populated. Not full all the time, only in weekends, but populated quite often. So we are on the way back to Eclipse. It's nearly the end of this tour. So remember, you will have to stay 3 more hours through the archipelago this afternoon, to go out and find the open sea on the other side. So you will have a second opportunity to admire our archipelago. As I told you this morning, it's 30,000 islands we have in the archipelago. 30,000 islands. You're gonna see just a couple of them, not all of course, but we have only 150 islands which are inhabited all year round. Those islands that are inhabited all year round, they have electricity and tap water. It's compulsory. But on your trip you will see many very small islands with just a couple of red houses at the top of it, and that might be the paradise for a very rich family of Stockholm. And also 1 hour after your departure from Stockholm, 1 hour after Stockholm, you will find the narrowest passage into the archipelago, and it's where the twin sister ship of the Vasa is located. Remember, 1 hour after Stockholm, you will find this very narrow passage, a very impressive passage, where the twin sister ship of the Vasa is located. Otherwise, thank you so much for your attention of today. I hope you enjoyed the tour, and I hope also that one day you will come back to Stockholm to enjoy a little bit of more time here. And yeah, I will have perhaps the pleasure to see you once again in this town. So thank you for today, and have a very nice cruise.
Están a 2 por $20. Son más chiquitos. Uno para Carolina, uno para la Lidia.
Son 3 horas de archipiélago hasta llegar al mar.
Se siente cuando se para el barco.
¿Sí? ¿Me queréis ver?
Sí. Voy a arreglar las uñitas. Chao.
Sí, estoy haciendo chao.
Qué lindo. Ahí está el sudoku. Qué lindo. Parecemos un mastodonte enorme. Qué linda Suecia. Sí. Preciosa. Ahí hay otro transatlántico.
Está lloviendo.